Okie let us get started. Well, that's not great. Hang on. There's some problems. There we go. That's camera. And I suppose I'll just have to restart GameMaker in order for OBS to pick it up. Wow, I've never had both things break simultaneously. I mean, everything breaks all the time. That's just how streaming works. It's not that I'm doing anything wrong. It's not that there's any reason why they would break. It's just, they just do. Literally sometimes during a stream. Oh man, OBS really isn't feeling like it. That is going to be an issue if it's... I swear. Well, case in point, I was testing this, obviously, because you have to test everything. There we are. Because you have to test everything, like half an hour before stream starts, I make sure the entire setup is working. So in the time between that and, well, now, it appears that OBS decided it didn't want to capture GameMaker anymore. So that's just excellent, isn't it? Right. Welcome, everybody, to today's show of struggling with art and I would say also other things, but not really. So, you're the old version. What have we done? What have we achieved? What are we going to do this week? I'll be honest, I only kind of remember what I did last week. I remember that we set up Steam, and that is, best I can tell, I can only test this so well, but best that I can tell, it's working. It is synchronizing save games into the cloud, and it is also, there is achievement integration, but that currently doesn't matter, because Steam actually on their partner pages says in somewhat clear words that while you're allowed, obviously you're allowed to give the player achievements in a demo, you are encouraged not to. Instead, you are encouraged to, if there's any states that would give them an achievement, like shoot all the bad guys real fast or reach this point in the story, you are encouraged to remember the state, put it in the save game, and then once they have the full game, to then grant them that achievement once they load up that save in the full game. Water. Delicious. So I suppose that's what we are doing. We are going to, certainly if we can think of any cool achievements, we can put them in. The worst thing that's going to happen is absolutely nothing, because if we go to the Steam abstraction, and in case you're curious, yes, Steam, the Steam abstraction or the Steamworks extension in GameMaker is highly abstracted, and you really don't need to do that much by yourself. You can just say set achievement with the name of the achievement, and that'll do all of it for you. It's going to make a web request to Steam, or if it's, I think it's actually not a web request, because video games making web requests is kind of... Oh, that's not amazing. I have an idea. One sec. That should be more consistent now. I just need to go to expert and tell it that yes, it is in fact still supposed to use that. Okay, I figured it out. It was the USB hub which was acting up. We will certainly hope that it will stop acting up, because I need that. I guess I'm gonna go and buy a different one, in case I need a backup, because, well, without it, my setup is kind of screwed. Anyway, that's not important. That's behind the curtain. So, the point is, I think what actually happens is that this makes some kind of call inside your computer. It contacts the Steam client, so Steam running on your computer, and tells it, hey, do the thing. The player has just reached this achievement, so give it to him. And that's cool. That is real cool, because it means that we really don't need to care. We just need to tell Steam, hey, give him this achievement, and that's that. But, as you'll see here, this won't do anything in the demo versions anyway. And even then, I'm not defining any achievements for the demo, so even if we tried to give the player an achievement, all that would happen is nothing. Also, have I made a script, multiple scripts actually, abstracting the already extremely abstracted Steam extension? Yes. Because it's not my abstraction, and I wanted it to be even fancier than it is now. It's simple enough. There's an achievement enum, which matches with a global... that's not where achievement is. Oh, excellent. Oh, GameMaker. GameMaker has jump to enum definition, but it works sometimes. So this matches with an array here, which translates the enum into the API name of the achievement. And I can use this to reference it, largely in order to avoid using string constants. You know that I don't like that. You know that I prefer using an enum, which has a specific set of values. And if I use it wrong, then actually I'm not sure what will happen. What does happen if I was to, like, do that? Does that actually not compile? Or is it the kind of thing where GameMaker will complain but will do it? No, I think that doesn't compile. Yeah. See? Reference invalid value does not exist in achievement. And that's good. Because if you are using an enum value that doesn't exist, then you might want to know about it. You don't want the game to be able to run like this until you fix it. So that's very cool. So I can call my unlock achievement function using the enum, and that way all that I need to care about is at the proper time, when the player has done the thing, call the function, give it the enum. Okay. Right, so what are we going to do today? Today I think we are going to do some more art. I've also, in the time between last week and this stream, I've done a little bit of an art pass. I try to limit myself because there's always art to be improved. I am terrible, and nothing is ever truly finished. You know, you could argue this philosophically. No art is ever finished. You only ever stop working on it. But what I've done is I've taken these 4 idols and I've touched them up artistically a little bit, just to make them look, well, nicer, bring them into a state where I am comfortable releasing them to the world, and bring them in line with what my style is evolving into. That's another thing. One's style keeps changing, especially at the start of your career as an artist. It used to be that I was making something very differently. In fact, Elf was just about the first image that I made, and she had weird lines. She actually had stark outlines all around her, which, 1, it looked horrible, 2, it was also just quite literally pixels I couldn't afford to spend, because we've got 32 pixels on each side to go around. You can imagine if one line needs to be the outline, then there's really not a lot left to make the character. So there needs to be some work done keeping things consistent, keeping things coherent in the same style, which is, I would say, it's now as done as it will get, really. I've already updated the assets with the new art. These arts should also appear in the game now. Well, I say should. Obviously, here they are. I've updated them because how it works is I draw everything at a tiny resolution, 32 by 32 in this case, and then instead of making GameMaker upscale the entire game, though that is very possible, and I think that's rather how you're supposed to do it, right? You run the entire game at small resolution and then tell GameMaker, okay, but it's actually 6 times bigger. Instead of that, the game runs at its full resolution, but all the assets are increased in size 6 times. So 32 by 32 image becomes 192 by 192. Right, so those are all already set up in their full-size versions, so they'll also appear in the game. So, consequently, what shall we do? I have, since last we left off, most of the Steam assets are now done, I would say. They are in a state that I am quite happy with them. Save for one, which is the library hero, which is intentionally unfinished. Let's see, this is global colors. Just make sure that this is, yeah, this is the colors that I want. It's intentionally unfinished. So what that image is, this is when you have selected the game in Steam, it shows you some bit of art on top of on top of the window, right underneath it, like right here, you'd have the play button and all the other stuff. That's called the library hero. And that, I've decided it would be most representative of the game if we've got a little music sheet here and we've got crayons, and that's kind of the game in a nutshell, isn't it? You've got arts and craftsy, your budget is no, you're making do with whatever you've got. It's a twee game, and it's about music. The logo, by the way, is going to not be here in the finished product. It's just here for reference for how it is going to appear. So we may as well leave it here for the moment. So, what we need to do is step one. Step one. Gotta copy this. There we are. Step done. I would like to limit myself to 4 of these crayons, but I'm not positive which ones I want just yet, so we'll just put all of them down and then we can decide. And once we've picked out our colors, I would want 4 of them, and I'm pretty sure bright pink is going to be one of them because, you know, kind of got a thing going on here. And that thing is that this game is free and cute beyond reason. Consequently, anytime that I think, how should I do this thing? How should it look? The answer is obvious. Pink with hearts. But, oh yeah, I already have the red crayon. I'm probably not going to use the dark one, but let's just put it in anyway. So, pick out 4 of them, because even though there are more colors in the game, it would just, it would get more than a little bit cramped. This isn't supposed to be a big marketing image anyway. If you see this, then it's because you have already purchased the game. So you don't need a lot of convincing after that. Mostly you need convincing to launch the game, I suppose. And our final color is going to be 215, 78, 235, which is a similar but different kind of purple from here. Right. And I've done something dumb. I've done something really dumb. I need to be able to separate these crayons. So, oopsie. Let's just move them somewhere that I can box select them more easily. Like so. Right. Anyway. So each of these colors is representative of one of the idols, except for bright pink. That's just part of the aesthetic. And, you know, looking it over now, I kind of feel that I got it right the first time. That we can use yellow, we can use this teal. We could go for the dark blue alternatively. That might make a prettier rainbow. We certainly want to use pink. And if we only want to use 4 colors, because 4 is one of the key numbers in this game. There's 4 minigames, there's 4 members to a band. There are, I'm sure, other things that come in 4s. But pink and red kind of occupy the same space, don't they? So, how is it about we used green, yellow, pink, and then one of these? Pink and steel kind of have their reputation for a reason, but well, they're not going to be that close to each other, so I suppose that's fine. The reason that we're even talking about this is instead of having the notes be colored black, as they normally would be in the game, this is actually a screenshot from the game, like this music sheet here. I arranged the music in the game and took a screenshot and extracted the art from it. But instead of having it be all black and boring, how's about we go and color this beautifully? Because for that, I suppose what we should also do is we should extract the music notes from the music sheet just to make it a little easier to handle. That's the downside of having... Oh, that's going to be a significant downside because this is 9 by 9. It's going to be a real downside. Never fear, never fear. I've already got the note here. We can just... so this is all of the note images here. We can just take this, size it properly. This is currently ×4. So each pixel is 4 pixels on your screen. Meaning if we should be able to straight upsize this to ×9, comma, but I'm first gonna go to true resolution, that's 12 by 18, and then we're going to ×9, which is 90 plus 18, that's 108. There we are. Now we can make this like aggressively pink, and then select all of it and make a brush out of it, like so. Copy. Now we've got this to copy, which means we can transfer it onto the layer. Also, why am I being complicated? I can just use the magic wand tool. We can copy it onto a distinct layer in the media photo. You'll see what I mean in a second. So, fill you, which means we also need to copy you. There we are. Right. Because of how GameMaker works, we have now created 4 different brushes for all of these, which normally, this is insane. Normally, using brushes to simulate copy and paste is certainly a design decision that GameMaker makes. Huh? Ah, here we are. Right. But we can put it here on top of the music sheet, I said. Except it's not currently drawing anything. Very excellent. Let's just close and reopen that, see if that makes it feel any better. That's a first. GameMaker, you feeling okay? Okay, now we can draw. Right. So, same thing. Take this, draw it on top of the actual note, which, if we want to, we can now delete what's underneath here. But since we want to cover this fully anyway, we don't really need to. We can just leave it covered. But this is a technique that you can use. I've had to use it a few times when I was remaking the idol photos, because being a baby artist, at the time I didn't use layers as much as I should have, and as much as you should is basically there's no reason not to use more layers, is the idea. Obviously there's a cost to having more layers. It's not really a cost of storage space or anything like that. It doesn't matter. Images are pretty much a non-amount of storage space. But it does come at the expense that you need to know where what is. You need to find a given pixel if you want to erase it. And you need to be aware of what covers what, since GameMaker is going to draw these layers in order. So the notes layer is able to cover what's on the music sheet layer. And then, but on the other hand, if you do separate things that you might want to edit separately into different layers, that's pretty cool for you. Because at that point, you can do stuff like, oh, I don't know, select this, or just select this and say, I don't want this anymore. But because we are on a different layer compared to the music sheet underneath is not affected. And that's really handy if, let's say, you've got a you might want to edit hair and one's dress separately, or in this case, instead of having to carefully magic wand all of this stuff, I can just go this crayon, move it, right? I don't need to be careful with my selection because the only thing that is on this layer is the crayon. Right. Is that all of the quarters? Yes. There's some more eighths right here. Turn down my DPI so that I can put this more accurately. There we are. Okay, then there's 2 half notes, and that'll be us done with the extracting process. From which point onward, instead of, I know I've already made this point, but I'm going to demonstrate it one more time just to make sure everybody gets it. If we didn't separate this, well, I can't really use the magic wand tool because all of this is connected black. So if I try to select this note, then I get everything. Absolutely the entire music sheet gets selected because it is, strictly speaking, all one connected shape. If I do use a different notes layer, then I can just go, okay, this note I want to be green. And now it is, instead of repainting the entire thing. Excellent. I might also want to repaint the rest, but no, I think it's okay. So, what do I certainly not want? I don't want these crayons, nor this one. I'm sorry, Class Rep, but this is not your time. What did we say? Red and pink would be... I'm gonna keep the red crayon just to see does the pink actually work out. It is brighter than this shade here. But... And well, I'm not sure which shade of blue that I want, so I'm just gonna try. And it's gonna be super simple, just take color, paint in. There we are. Take color and paint it. This does look more than a little salmony. So I'm not actually positive bright pink is the best answer here. But hey, see how it works. See if we like it. If we don't like it, then it's easy enough to change. Boop and boop. Remember that the fill tool does not find these two disconnected pixels here, so gotta do those by hand. I like the vibe, for sure. I like the vibe of it. Yeah. Really don't love this shade of pink. Keep going for now. Yellow, then you're gonna be yellow, then it's green, it's gonna be you and you with your little tail. And then it's teal for you and you. Yeah! I don't like the pink. I really don't. Really don't. Well, what if we use this admittedly somewhat dark shade of red? Would that be any better? That certainly gives it more contrast, which I like. What if... Is this a valid configuration? Even. Not that that matters. I was just wondering for a sec. There's a certain kind of logic. There's which idols you can recruit to the club at any given point is random, but it's a little fixed. There's only a certain pool of applicants. No, I don't like that. Don't like that shade. It is too dark. It blends in with the black. So, though it is, though the teal, the slide blue here is certainly, it certainly is eye-catching. Despite that, I'm gonna have to go ahead and use it. Do we want to reorder this? So I'm thinking two things. Step one is that we've got 4 nodes per measure most of the time, although it's only the middle two that have 4 nodes. The first and last measure only have 3. Do we want to shuffle things up a little? Because right now all the nodes are in a certain order as for color. Right, it's red, yellow, green, blue. And that's how it repeats. As that order certainly, I mean, it's the most evenly distributed, though that being said, because red comes last in the order, I've actually made a hash of it. This shouldn't be yellow, this should be, oops, red. which means all of these are offset. You should be yellow, not green. And consequently, green should be you. So I don't hate it. Certainly don't. I'm keeping the pink crayon in the image for now. We might want it later. But I don't hate it. I feel like I don't like how the notes are aligned. It so happens that obviously the notes are aligned because they are at given offsets. This is the first beat, here we have the second, third, this is beat number 5, and so on. Obviously they are vertically aligned, but the colors also happens to get vertically aligned. And I'm not sure I love that. Not sure I love it. Maybe we want to shuffle this around a little. Yeah. Let's see, how would that look? If we use red here, and we use green for this one. Yeah. I also note that, using a darker shade for the half notes allows it much more contrast, where, let's say, this one here, this quarter, it looks perfectly fine because it's got enough color to distinguish itself. Up here, this half note obviously only has the 1 pixel line, even though it is a 9x9 square line. Because it's only got the 1, there's not a lot of contrast between them. Right. So, yeah, I like using a darker shade here. In fact, I might even make this red and make, well, like this can't be green because this one's green. So if this one's blue, yeah. Well, there needs to be a balance, certainly, because the darker the shade is, naturally, the more it's going to blend in with the black. So, we have just about tried every single combination, but let's mess around a little more. What if we lead like so? Nah, I don't like the half being yellow either for the exact same reason. Let's try this, or maybe try the stoplight arrangement, in which we've got red, green, red, yellow, green. Oh, I actually prefer this one. Yeah, this looks great. So, at this point, let's say we put that there, then this can be, we can have red return here. And I promise you, I'm going to stop as soon as I find something that I like. Red returns there, yellow returns there, and then green's gonna be this one. Excellent. that shuffles up the order, where previously we had yellow, then red, then green, but now we have red, then yellow, then green. Ooh, spooky. Right. Just need to make sure that... So, we have 14 nodes here. So, with 4 colors to go around, obviously, that means that some are going to be mentioned 3 times and some will be mentioned 4. I suppose that is going to mean that blue is only mentioned... blue is only mentioned twice. Wait, no. If we want to shuffle it about, we can use 2 colors 3 times. Right, that's 6, and we can use 2 of them 4 times, that's 14. So instead of making this last measure here also red, yellow, green, one of these nodes would be blue. And I'm going to make an executive decision to make this one, which, with the same rules as established previously, that would mean that, oops, that would mean we'd have to not align the colors here. So I'm actually going to put blue here. Yeah, don't hate that. Or maybe we swap yellow and green. I like that idea. But that was white. I'm sorry. Yeah. This puts 2 greens right next to each other, but so be it, I suppose. Right. Locking in. The top measures are good the way that they are, which means we're going to make the bottom measures around them. And honestly, they're kind of good that they are. Kind of just good as they are. Maybe it's even a good thing that the same color both leads and picks up. Yeah? Because we've now got green ending and beginning the measure up here, and we've got blue ending and beginning down here. Or we can think of something else if that tickles our fancy more. I would like for the 8th not to be blue, which means we can put blue here, here, or here. Try this. No, that would align green up top and on the bottom. Therefore, man, this is turning into a logic puzzle, isn't it? Unfortunately, it's an insanely complicated and unintuitive logic puzzle, so it wouldn't be any use for me in game development anyway. And I'm just fussing, really. Well, then the logical solution, well, there are 2 logical solutions. One is to move blue here, yellow down here, and green here. That's a solution. The other is to simply swap yellow and blue. I think I actually prefer the other one. So that's blue. Green goes on top and yellow goes on the bottom. Which would mean I'd actually want... Let's say we make you red. Oops. That puts red and green adjacent twice. In fact, all four times red and green are adjacent. But I think that's fine. Yes, final answer. This is what we want. Alternative to make this slightly less eye melty is we can use this shade, though this was certainly never meant to be drawn, and we are simultaneously we're moving away from the colors that we actually use and breaking the trend here that we are using the crayon's body color. I don't know, I haven't used crayons in, well, a very long time. What color are they? Listen, this sounds really dumb, but I swear it is legitimate to ask what color is a crayon when it is applied to the paper, because, well, certainly its tip color is what it puts on the paper, but it might blend together with the whites, doesn't it? Anyway, now let's use this as it is, which means that is our color symphony, and we can even use a little trick. You see how this crayon here, even though there's not a yellow note down here, the crayon is kind of providing that. It is counterbalancing this by giving us the yellow in this part of the image. So, one sec. What? What? I'm confused. Well, I know that the pixel grid doesn't actually align, but what's with them crayons? Ooh, go away. That one's probably a compromised account. Oh no, too bad. No, seriously, like, what's up with the pixels on them crayons? If I align them with the pixel grid up here, and the pixel grid is a 9x9, then what happens? It drifts out of alignment? What the? Game Maker! Game Maker, Game Maker, Game Maker. We need to have a talk. This is a 9x9 square, yes? There's 9 pixels on each side of this square, which means it should continue as such, but I suppose... Yes, I know what happened here, and it is somewhat unfortunate. Is this brush aligned? Let's see. If I take this one and I try to align it with the pixel grid. No, it's not aligned, obviously, because this is the same sprite. Well, the problem here is that I've done something or other wrong. So, what I'm moaning about is that I have a very specific aesthetic. Let's launch a game so that I can show it off. I have a very specific aesthetic that the game pretends to run on a 6x6 pixel grid, even though this is a full 1920 by 1080. So that the text can be soft and curved, even if the pixels are not, even if the pixels are big. That's why I take great care that absolutely everything in this game is pixel aligned. That's my term. That means all of the all of the things, everything that you see, it all aligns to this 6x6 pixel grid, as though it was drawn at the tiny 320 by 180 resolution, even though it isn't. And that really is easier than it sounds. I mean, you can... Basically what I do is, internally, the game thinks in a space of 320 by 180, but every coordinate that I give it is then also multiplied by 6. Which means we are inherently pixel aligned. So what I appear to have done here is when I took my crayon sprite and I attempted to upscale it to a factor of ×9, I appear to have done bad. Simple as. If I don't engineer math, I think I did. Yes, 9 times 36. It's not 326, is it? How did I think it would be? No, 9 times 36 is 324, not 326. And that's why the crayon goes 2 pixels out of alignment. Right, so this thing is basically worthless. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna do it proper. So, not times 8, times 9. We're going to take this small original and have GameMaker increase its size for us. We could also do this the other way. We could take the large image and draw it at tiny resolution first, then upscaling it to the size that it wants to be. For this, well, it wouldn't exactly work, because neither of these numbers is divisible by 9, obviously. But times 9 resolution is just about the size that I want it to be. So I have chosen to simply upscale it to draw that full resolution. So, what we shall do is we're gonna dispose of this weird unaligned crayon and we're gonna replace it with a version that is the proper size and is aligned. Like, move it 1 pixel, no, reduce the DPI. Here we are. You see it, yeah? I at least certainly hope you see it. You see how every single pixel in this crayon perfectly matches onto the grid squares, which I've configured into a 9x9 square. Just as the music sheet doesn't. Well, it doesn't, and that's intentional. Because, as I mentioned, this image does not cleanly divide into 9x9. So I've done a little trickery where instead of making the borders here, instead of making these larger, and that would be extremely noticeable, instead of that, the entire image is 9x9. It's just that somewhere here in the middle we make up the difference so that it's aligned to the left border and it's aligned to the right border. That's just not the same grid. And because the music sheet is very close to this border, if this was misaligned, that would be notable. That it isn't aligned to the left border is whatever, no one's gonna notice. So, consequently, right here, we have a misalignment. We are 3 pixels off of the grid in order to make up the difference. Which is all really fancy and weird, and all that I mean to say is it's not all the crayons should be aligned. In fact, if anything, they should be aligned with the music sheet. So they shouldn't be aligned with the left border. Which means 1, 2, 3. Now it is in proper alignment with the music sheet, and we're just pretending the left border doesn't exist. Okay. So all that there really is to do now is, you'll notice this crayon sprite isn't actually finished because I made it to be on the side of the screen. So that the bottom half of it would be cut off. So we have two options. Either we fix the mistakes of the past and throw out the entire crayon sprite, as if... No, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna position these so that the bottom of the crayon would be off screen and no one's gonna know. But before we do that, it is the top of the hour. It is time for me to take my first midstream break, stretch my legs a little, refill my water. Possibly you guys feel free to do the same. Don't go too far. We're gonna be back in just a few minutes, and then we're going to shuffle some crayons about. Woo! I'm excited. Also gonna play some ads during the break. You're not gonna miss any content, don't worry about it. Unfortunately, I have to play ads so that the pre-rolls go away. Twitch has gotta make money somehow too, that's fair. So, don't go too far, see you in a bit. Okay, dokie, that should be about over. Let us continue. Right, so we need to, as I said, I suppose first we're going to make sure that these are in the proper positions and then worry about alignment. So, step one is gonna be this one here. This crayon right here, I'm gonna push like down here. That can be right in the corner. Like so. Perfect. No, I never bothered to make one that can go horizontal, and if we wanted to try, I'm pretty sure bad things would result. What's this? What's this diagonal we're talking about? We don't do that here. No. Also, why is this? Okay, fine. Yes, as you ask. Anyway, so yeah, this goes in the corner. That's perfect. Did it already cut off? Yes, it did. Okay, it's fine. So we need to put it in the corner off screen, but at the same time make sure that it is well pixel aligned. So put you like so, and then align it with the music sheet, which means one down and over like so. Oh wait, this is one of the cursed crayons still, right? I remember. I have short-term memory of up to 10 minutes ago. So, plonk this right here. Now it's saying within the pixel grid. That's all beautiful. Now, same thing, but again, shuffle it into the corner, make sure it's all well and covered by the edge of the image. Hello, Mr. D-Boy. How's life? It's a wonderful day, really. I'm doing art, but I'm not suffering. Mostly because, well, I've already done the art. Now I just need to finish it up. So, one may recall last week, I ended with that I'm going to throw the problem of making a symphony to someone else, and so I did. And now we have the symphony. Isn't that great? And as Grog put the idea in my head, I think, that it can be beautiful pastel colors, and so we're doing precisely that. I thought about putting that in the game, but no. This is going to be an art-only thing. So, this crayon is beautifully aligned. I did engineer math again, in case you're wondering. So all of these crayons are 326 pixels squared, which you may be wondering, well, if we have 326 pixels on a 9x9 grid, then that doesn't sound aligned. It sure isn't. I don't know what I was thinking. No, not... Stop! Go away. Y, X, like so. Make it the green one. Where does that one want to go? The blue one wants to go up here, I think. Because that way we can kind of balance the colors. And we can put green right here. It's pretty far from the other greens. So put that like here, align it like so. I need to turn off the grid because the music sheet isn't actually aligned to the grid. It just pretends to be, but it is aligned to the left border, like so. Here we are. We are aligned with the music sheet, and we're just gonna, I guess, also put this one in the corner, but a little bit further up. Let's try you. And is this pixel aligned? I accidentally pressed Windows. Yes. Yes. Excellent. But, well, I can put it up another. I would like this to be distinct from the one down here, which is why I'm putting it kind of like so that more of it is visible. Also, hey, do you notice anything wrong about these crayons? These two? Do you think anyone's gonna notice? Yes. They are not rotated, they are flipped, because obviously I've used the flip tools. And though it would be very funny to watch people lose their minds about that, let's make sure that all of the crayons are rotations of each other. Game Maker, sometimes I don't get you, I swear. Just previously, I pressed Z and it pulled up the rotate brush tool. But I guess I hit U instead. How come I don't use A sprite for this? Because A sprite is scary. And I made this entire project in Game Maker and I may as well finish up. Because it's always only a few more sprites, right? Admittedly, this is kind of a bastard, but for the most part, Game Maker is a powerful enough image editor. Turn down the DPI so that I can align this. Boop. Alignment doesn't matter anyway, because I still gotta move it. So Game Maker is powerful enough. But A-Sprite certainly is something that we can look at in the future. Now these are exactly the same, aren't they? Right. Shuffle it a bit further out. There. Aligned, aligned. Just so that they don't look perfectly identical, even though they are. Yeah, like, for no real reason. Everything I've made is inside Game Maker and it's the image editor that I know how to use. Which, this is a bit of a bastard because of course, as we know, Devo, like, you've put this on Steam. Or, sorry, you put your game on Steam, you know exactly what kind of assets Steam asks for and how specific the measurements that they demand are. So, I have to draw this at full resolution rather than employing my usual trick of drawing it all at tiny resolution and upscaling, which of course would be just a breeze. But that's also why you got approved. Cool! Yeah, I'm working on that. This is gonna be the last asset. I want to I've taken the screenshots with the updated character art. By the way, I done updated character art, in case you didn't see. Just a little bit crimson. I gave a real body shape. So yeah, I've taken the screenshot with the band forms with updated character art, and most of the other ones will work fine. I'll probably want to, you know, just take some time and recreate those screenshots of songcraft, post artistry, line rehearsal, and hop, step, smile, just to make sure that they are the absolute best that they could be. Anyway, you need to go. Oops. Yeah, get it off. Listen, I know I just said that GameMaker is a functional image editor. It's just, it often gets confused about what is selected and what isn't. Right, so the point is... Oh, no, see, no, I'm pressing Z. Nothing's happening. Why? Because the image editor isn't selected, because when you copy and paste something or cut and paste, it unselects the image editor, because it instead selects this brush entry here. And that is extremely jarring. Anyway, still not using A-sprites, not for this, maybe in the future. Okay, that is aligned vertically. Is it aligned horizontally? I think it might just be. It's supposed to be 3 pixels from the right edge. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. It is 1 pixel off. So yeah, this is the last assets that I need. I'm gonna make sure that my screenshots are tip-top, and then we can submit the store page, I suppose. Which is gonna be a big step. And what I also want to work on is, well, I want to go into the next fest. That, hey, if you haven't looked at it, that might be something that you want to as well. For which, naturally, I've got... Technically, I can enter within a month, and I think you can submit a demo build later than signing up, but I certainly would want the demo build to be complete at the time that I do, which means it needs to get reviewed, so I've got like 2 weeks to finish that up. But that's okay. It basically is finished. In fact, you know, I've got Steam integration running now. I could literally submit this build. But I want to do one more tiny little thing, which is to completely rework the way that poster artistry works in order to allow undo and redo. Because certain people, which is to say, submit the store presents and demo build to get them approved. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The thing is, the demo build isn't done. So, ideally, I'm pretty confident that I can do that this week, or this weekend even. Finish up the demo build, get all of that approved, which will put us well into time to submit to Next Fest. But I think you, specifically you, when you played the demo, got stuck up on that poster artistry only supports a full delete and not undo, and no erase or anything like that. And the thing is, every tester hung up on that. So that is something that in the big event where I'm showing my demo to all the people, I might want to have something better for that. So I want to support undo, and let's real talk. There's a reason why the game currently doesn't have undo in Poster Artistry. And that reason is technical, because naturally I'm I don't know if Godot has it, but like I'm drawing, like the paper is a surface which can store graphics, and so the game doesn't know what you've drawn. As far as the game is concerned, when you draw something, it goes to the surface, and at that point that's just graphics information. So it doesn't know whether a band's name is visible or if you've drawn over it or whatever. Which is why I just track, have you put the band name? Have you put your favorite idol's name twice? I track that, and when you press the delete button, it just wipes all the requirements, because we're starting with a white page, so we know that none of the requirements are met. Yeah. So that's the thing. I could just give you white to draw with, but then you'd make the assumption that hang on, I need to turn down my DPI. I know how this works. Pixel, perfect. Here we are. Giving you an eraser would be literally as simple as making a crayon with the draw color white. The reason that I'm not doing that is because then the requirements would get out of whack, because I don't know if you have erased, let's say you put the wrong band name, or you put a member that isn't in the band. That means you would have to fail that requirement. But because I don't know what's on the paper, I can't grant you credit if you undo your mistake. Right? Exactly. That's why there wasn't an eraser until now. Because otherwise you would get failed for requirements that don't match the paper. Yes, it is very complicated. This is kind of a rabbit hole that we've dug ourselves into. I don't like where that crayon is. I think I'm gonna move this one over to the side of the music sheet. So, but what we can do is I already saved the surface in a buffer, basically because graphics memory is volatile, so I have to make sure that if you alt tab out of the game, I can restore how the paper looks. Which means I already have restore points. So, you might have guessed it, I can just save the last 10 restore points or something, and then give you an undo. And likewise, I can save the requirements results and keep those in a list in order to, again, give you undo and redo, which is probably going to be much more helpful. There's one more thing, but it gets a little more complicated than that. We'll get to that. I'm gonna have to think on that one. The additional thing is that, make sure we have got this, just put this like right here, well aligned later. When you draw freehand, the game actually tracks which pixels are part of which drawing. This is used in the make X freehand drawings requirement. So the game knows which freehand drawings are connected. Pardon me. Which freehand drawings are connected and which ones aren't. So that we can say these are distinct drawings. This does mean that regardless of what color it is, if you connect multiple freehand drawings, they are counted as the same one. Would make that different, but I think it's fine. Butterfly does point out that you should probably leave a bit of white between them so that the game can distinguish. This is also used later on. There is going to be a twist on this minigame, as all minigames, with the hit mechanics. So I also need to store that state. But hey, I can do that. It's gonna be complicated. But if I have a state, then I can store and I can duplicate and restore that state. I just need to remember to do it. So if we put this like up here so that its pixel point pokes out, and where are you down here? Yeah, go further to the left. Like so. Don't hate that. Kind of hate that all of these have to be so aligned. And I suppose what we're gonna do. Also, is the red crayon is impossible. In fact, all of these crayons are... No, it's these ones. These ones need to be mirrored horizontally. Because if you imagine picking it up, then the stripe of color is on the left. Whereas this one, the stripe of color is on the right. If they were pointing the same way. So, you are exactly in the corner. You need to be mirrored and rotated. Like so. Boop. And likewise, you who were also exactly in the corner. Huh? Oh. I got Game Makered again. The same thing. After I cut and paste, it selected the brush so that when I press delete, instead of deleting the selection, it... Anyway, it's not important. Like so. Boop. There we are. There we are. Do we want the pink crayon to be further away? Like, do we want this to be... That's gonna take ages. Do we want this to be like over here, sees? It would fill some empty space, and it would empty up space in order to put the teal crayon. Move this a little bit further over so that, right, the line that it points doesn't go to this, it goes more into this open space here. I swear I know what I'm talking about. I am a great artist, don't you know? So I'll line this something like 1, 2, 3, something like here. Yeah. Yeah, that looks better. Then, even though I moved this freehand, it is still perfectly vertically aligned. I am the best. 1, 2, 3. Although, of course, this this crayon wants to be on the pixel grid because the left border is pixel aligned. Right. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Don't hate that. Okay, so that is, I suppose, us. That is all the sprites that we need for Steam. Hooray! Water break. Remember to turn off the logo. Yeah. It does mean that as the player scrolls down and this parallaxes, the logo is going to pass over the crayon. So what, really? I don't think we need to leave that space open. If anything, it might be a little more snazzy, as it was, if the logo interacts with the elements of the photo or the image. Right. What is currently in Toraka's brain, other than crayons? Well, it is mostly crayons. I'm thinking on whether I like how these all point. They all kind of point inwards, where I would maybe prefer a more scattered kind of look. The thing is, the ones in the corner, like these ones, have to point inwards. So we could, in order to break up this focus, what we could do is we could take this crayon and just, well, we'd have to recopy it so that it doesn't look garbage, but we could do something like this. Go. I don't hate this, because they are unaligned well enough. They are distinct, they're not identical. That's quite good. And hey, framing the image isn't the worst idea. So I'm going to do what I should, and I'm gonna call that good. Okay, so that's good. Excellent. So, as I've talked about, the major functional change that we want to make here is within poster artistry. What do we need to do in order to make that happen? We want to extend this element right up here with the drawing size controls. And we want to, fortunately, it's got plenty of space. Yeah, we can easily fit these arrow sprites in here, which means it's going to need additional buttons. That's easy enough. So to support an undo and a redo, it is going to need to be aware of when you can and can't undo and redo. Regrettably, the logic for that is very distributed. The paper tells us when we have anything to un or redo, because the paper is what receives the drawing. Whoopsie. The paper receives the drawing, but the controls need to be made aware, and such that they can enable and disable the buttons. I'm thinking both like a backwards pointing arrow here and a forward pointing arrow side by side. So the controls need to be made aware. Additionally, the requirements need to be aware. So the memo, knows the state of the requirements. The paper has the buffers and also the connected freehand drawings. How it works is, I think, actually very interesting, but it is a little complicated. If you know what a hash set is, good job. It's basically a struct, if you want to make it very abstract. It's like a struct. The idea is of a set that it can only contain each value once. And because of this, it is able to assign this value a specific place and be very efficient. Now, GameMaker doesn't feature sets, but I made them anyway, because you will take my comfy Java features from my cold dead hands. So how it works is, basically the paper knows there are like this many pixels within it. The paper has its own 6x6 pixel grid, and that's why your possible image sizes are 6x6. This is 18x18, or what's this, 30x30? 36x36? Might be, I think it's 30x30, which conveniently also divides the paper equally. Like, this is this size for a very good reason. Yeah, let me maybe not use pink and teal to illustrate this. It is very intentional that the paper is exactly multiples of 30 on each side, so that the grid perfectly lines up. Right. And how it works is the paper is aware of these coordinates going from 0, 0 to however big this actually is, and instead of tracking each individual pixel, which is completely unnecessary, it only tracks the top left corner of each square. So, like this square here, this would be 0 on the y-axis, and let's call this 66 on the x-axis. So it uses that as a key, and it remembers within the hash set, it's just a struct with attitude, it remembers that there's a drawing which consists of this square here. It also remembers that there's a drawing which consists of all of these squares. All of these actually get added simultaneously when you draw with the larger square. And this is all technical details. This doesn't really matter. It also has collision detection that as you draw, it keeps track which pixels it already has in freehand drawings, and if any drawing is adjacent to the pixel that you are just drawing now, then that square becomes part of that freehand drawing. So as I drew this, I started up here, so it's added a new freehand drawing because it's not connected. Then I drew this pixel over here, and it looked around and it found, oh, it's adjacent to at least one pixel in this freehand drawing up here. So it added them together. So it keeps track of what's where. And if I connect these, now we've got 2 freehand drawings because it just added these together. It's really fancy. I just wanted to show off how smart I am because this doesn't matter at all. The point is, this is a list of structs. And we're going to have to copy those because obviously if we modify them, even if we copy the array, the underlying structs may still be modified, so we need to make sure that they are not. Right. Right. So, I suppose we've got to start somewhere. I arbitrarily pick the drawing size controls because they are right here. So, this is gonna need some more space. Oh yeah, it also... Yeah, this is for the hit minigames. It's got extra sprites, that's okay. Because I'm gonna want those buttons in those minigames as well. So... Let's see, how big is the garbage can? Let's increase the size by that much to begin with. This is, I think it's 9 by 9. So it's, the grid is currently 8, so that's 8 plus 4, 5, 6, so it's 14 here. Okay, that's already all that I need. I'm gonna say you become wider by an extra 14 per icon plus margin. Let's call that 28 plus a margin of 3, 6. There's actually more space between the garbage can than there is between drawing sizes. I'm sorry that I had to burst a bubble here. It's not aligned at all. In fact, there's a full 8 pixels between the large drawing size and the garbage can. I'm sorry. Okay, engineer math. 28 plus 2 offsets of 8 makes 44. Plus 68 makes 72 plus 40 makes 112. And we are going to... I don't know, leave it on the left edge. It doesn't really matter. Because we can then just take this, scoot it over there. But first we're gonna remember where this is, so that's 3, 6. It is 6 pixels from the edge. Okay. Almost overshot it a little bit. 6. There we are. And don't worry about the other frames for now. First, finish our arrow so that we can then copy it. There. So, how hard could an arrow be? I mean, I can just draw a straight arrow. Yeah. I can pick up black and I can go like... Ooh, look at me. It's an arrow. But what I want to at least try is I want to try a backwards arrow. So, you know, like a curve. So for that, I'm gonna use a trick that I picked up from, his name is Batata Person. He streams somewhat irregularly, haven't been able to check up with him in a bit, but if you find him on, then check him out. He's making a cookie clicker like game, but instead of clicking a cookie, you have to catch toast that's being flung out of a toaster. Doesn't that sound amazing? So we want to, I think, do kind of like this. So the trick being that instead of manually hand drawing a corner, he just used an ellipsis and cut out the part that he wanted. And that is how to make a corner rounded real fast. Real clever, isn't it? So, in his honor, we are going to make an ellipsis. We are maybe not going to draw on the paper layer. Jeez, what am I doing? Again, but better. We're gonna make an ellipsis, which isn't, this is even, yeah, but this is very pointy, so I think I actually want it to be wider than tall. It needs to be a whoosh, yeah, which is the technical term. We might even want to go for a kind of whoosh, like so that it is like it is steeper on the bottom than on top. That being said, this doesn't actually do that, so we'd have to squish it manually. Anyway, 14 pixels high, whooshy. Like so, try this as a starting point. Then we draw an arrowhead on that, but do it a little more like so. There we are. That looks terrible, but it's a starting point. Problem is gonna be problem number one. If I want it to be 14 pixels tall, then I need it to be smaller to begin with, in order to account for the arrow, like the top of the arrowhead here. So let's try that. This would be starting from this line. Maybe I do want it to be kind of tall, like so. And despite saying things, I've just gone and done it wrong again. Okay. No, not like this. Try that. Then go free and out. That actually doesn't look horrible. I mean, here's the thing. Yeah, making a curve with single pixels is kind of always gonna look terrible. We can lengthen the arrowheads a little bit. Pick this out and like so. Well, what do you think? Post it in the comments below. No. Well, it is what I want. It is what I'm trying to achieve. It just looks horrible, I feel. Because it is a single pixel wide, which means it's only got like it needs to keep breaking, yeah? It needs to keep doing these diagonal movements. So, let's try. What if it is too big? I use a pixel size of 2. I can certainly do that. So, that would be something like this. Except smaller. Make it wider. This. Yep. then I think we are going to go back to size 1. Not really, we'd have to go with size 2 for the arrowhead also. And then we are just breaking our stuff. That doesn't look horrible, actually. You know, that's not terrible. It is certainly different from the single pixel style of the garbage can here. But it does look a lot more organic. It looks a lot more rounded than the spindly single pixel variant here. I'm kind of feeling that one, I'll be honest. Maybe we also take off these pixels here. No, leave them. This is actually perfect the way that it is. Yeah. Yeah, I prefer this. Okay. So, now, put this into place. At least align it properly so that we've got you, and then you align with the top. Perfect. And what's the distance here? 3, 6, 7. So we would use a distance of 8. And then that's the undo button. Let us put all our effort into making the redo button and make it super elaborate, make it a unique kind of image. Hey, look, here it is. Listen, it's the law of similarity or something. If they have a related function, then they should have a related look. That is actually true, by the way. Also, I'm like, why would I spend effort making a more complicated arrow if I can not? Just thinking, do I want the arrowhead to be a little shorter or do I want it to be longer like this? I kind of like this. I don't hate that. So, even if we put 8 between all of these buttons, 3, 6, 7. If we put 8 between all of these buttons, we still have plenty of space here, which we can reclaim. That is, make the sprite smaller. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the garbage can needs to start right here. Yeah? Yeah. An entire square minus 1 plus 1. So, in order to maintain the distance to the edge that we had previously, this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we are. Which means we can afford to shrink the sprite again by 4 pixels. There we are. Don't agonize over the details, just do a thing and see it work out. If it works, great. If you need more space, give it more space. If you need less space, take away that space that you gave it. Make sure that this is on the left edge so that we only cut off the transparent bit. There we are. This is game making. We can change anything and everything we like. Okay. So. Oh, that one kind of itched in the wrong place. Anyway, So that now has the arrow. That has the arrows baked in now. I don't actually want that, I'm realizing. Because the forward and back arrows may be disabled, which I will want to represent with a lower alpha. Therefore, I need to draw those separately from the rest of the sprite. How very convenient then that I've already I already have these separated on a different layer, and I can just take them out. Here. Copy this and pass that to a different sprite. I'm gonna keep it on there just so that I can be sure I get my position right. It is shockingly easy. Poster, artistry, undo, arrow. It is shockingly easy to position things in hit idle, actually. Because all that you need is, well, you need to look at it. You can take a screenshot, import it into GameMaker, and align the screenshot to the pixel grid. And then you can literally count the pixels, because there's not that many of them. So I don't even need to bother with screenshots most of the time. Most of the time I can just visually count the pixels. Right. So, real quick, take a tally. This is going to be 14. No, this is 16 pixels tall. Am I an idiot? Is the garbage can 14 pixels across but 16 tall? 3. Then 8. That makes 11. Yep, it is 16 pixels tall. Excellent. And this is 16 minus 4 wide. So this needs to be a 12 by 16 sprite. It's a good idea not to have empty space. There we are. Yeah, keeping it black is fine. And even if it isn't fine, then again, I can change it later, like so. There are multiple ways to display the redo button, which just points the other way. One technique that I employ a few times is to set the X scale to -1, which in GameMaker means that, well, it's going to draw it backwards. That works, but you need to employ some funny math the way that my builders work. So what I prefer to do is I just use a different sub-image in order to flip it. This also, of course, theoretically, I could now change the sprite as I like. I could make this a different color or whatever. And it would just take the changes. Because if I use X scale equals -1, then I am blocking myself that the other frame is always a mirror of this one. But if I know that I want it to be, then that's cool, that's fine. If I always want these arrows to be mirrored, then using X scale means that I can I only need to update this one instead of having to update both sides of it. Anyway, so step uno of this. You are the small version, I've decided. Then I need to take the large version. I need to upscale it. And let's put that on the drawing size controls. Okay, you upscale to a width of 72. Do we have time for that? Yeah. It's fine. We need to go to the objects drawing size controls. It's currently not working right, but that's just fine. Undo arrow builder is a sprite builder. So as I said, we are going to manually separately draw the arrows in their proper place. So that's gonna be set sprite poster artistry undo arrow. Redo arrow builder is actually going to be a copy of the undo arrow builder, which doesn't matter much, right? They use the same sprite. So in order to guarantee that they are using the same sprite, I am creating a copy here, which just creates a new sprite builder with all the same configuration. And then I'm setting its sub image. So this likewise, in addition to having its sprite set, obviously it needs to be positioned. I guess the Y coordinate being in the middle is fine. The X is gonna need some kind of offset. What offset? If I knew. Fortunately, we already have an array of button offsets here, which we can use. We'll put this down here, because that's the garbage can. I honestly don't know. How can we find out? Well, for one, we need to change the sprite art. Okay, this is gonna get more involved than I thought. I wanted to very quickly put in the builders, and it was gonna be a fancy thing, and we were gonna show it off. But, well, as expected, this is gonna be a thing. 656? No, 48. Yeah. That's 108 times 6 is 648, yes. We now need to associate this with the object that we are editing here, the drawing size controls. Needs a sprite pack. Yeah. Okay, so we need to find our X offset, for which there are two possibilities. We can do some math, we can count the pixels, or we can just try it and see where we land. The undo button, the undo arrow, is looking pretty dang centered if you ask me. We can just try it. Then we need to add additional buttons with those same offsets. And we need to give those functionality, which is gonna involve the entire undo and redo process. But before we do that, it is time for our second midstream break. So it is time to stretch out our collective legs, use the one restroom that we all share, or something. Maybe get a snack. Feel free to do whatever it is that you do when I'm not around. Don't go too far. We'll be right back, and we're gonna continue implementing on this. See you in a sec. Okay, let us continue. Slightly longer break, by which I mean it was like a minute longer. I'm sure you'll forgive me. Here we are. Ooh, I don't recognize this track. I like it. So, yeah, as I said, in fact, yeah. So, as we established, we are going to have to completely redo where all of these buttons are positioned. Robot, oh no, where? Oh, do you mean there's nothing wrong with that mic quality, right? If you tell me, I will believe you because everything breaks all the time. Thank you. I just went to undrink water, but I need more. Seriously though, most of the time, for most people, the answer to how much water should you drink is more. Are you drinking 2 liters each day, which is 4 of these bottles? If the answer isn't yes, of course, you probably need more. Funny you should call me that, Pillow. It's not the first time that I've been called a robot. In fact, it's not the 3rd time. Weird. What about that? Just because I have such an expressive voice, which completely varies and isn't monotone at all. Yeah. Oh well. Right. We need to rejigger these button offsets, for which, well, hang on, we can at least do math. So, what we've done is we have inserted some stuff in the middle. So, logically, since the sprite used to be... how big this used to be? I've added 12 plus 14 times 2. So I've added 40 pixels in the middle of it, yeah? Meaning... I've added 40 pixels in the middle of it, so... that means that everything that is on the left is now 20 pixels further left. Yeah? Makes sense to me. So if we just simply increase all of these offsets by 20, that should be us. And likewise, the garbage can is now 20 pixels further right. And we need an additional 2 button X offsets, which are going to be they are going to be I don't know, 0 and 20 times 6. There. What we're gonna do with that is we are gonna use these to create our undo buttons. But first, button X offsets 3 is gonna go into the undo arrow, and please do as I say, not as I do. What we're doing right now is we are using what's called magic numbers, where I'm just writing in use button offset index 3, so the 4th one, use index 3 here, use index 4 here. You know, there's nothing intrinsically linking these. In fact, what we're gonna do is we're going to do this better. Yeah. Undo button. In fact, I'm just being lazy. I shouldn't put these in this array because they are completely unconnected to this array. So what I should do is I should have a constant here which has the value 0. Then I can do redo button offset, which has the value 20 times 6. And likewise, we can do reset button X offset, which is 40 times 6. They don't belong in this array. I only put the reset button X offset here because I didn't feel like making a constant at that time. But it's led to that I then had to like iterate over the brush radii array instead of the button X offset array here, because the X offsets array also had different data that wasn't relevant at this point. And you can tell from the obviously different tone of my voice that's not good. You shouldn't do that. you shouldn't do that, because then I had a reference to button X offsets 3. But then I added some more values because I wanted these to be in order, so I needed to change this magic number, and in this case, changing this magic number wasn't too bad because it's right here, but but imagine that this is somewhere in some event. Possibly even you use it multiple times, and what are you gonna do? Are you gonna search for the number 5? I don't think so. So that's why magic numbers are bad, because magic numbers don't have context. So instead we are going to do something fancy, and we are going to use this constant that we've defined in order to create a reset button. We're also going to store a reference to the reset button, which is the garbage can. Not because we really need to, but when we need it, it'll be there, and it's pretty free to assign it like this. Okay, likewise, we are, instead of reaching into an array with magic numbers, right here, we're gonna do undo button X offset, and we're gonna do redo button X offset. And now we can just change these however we want. Let's say we wanted to swap the undo and redo buttons positions. We can just do that, changing these constants, whereas if we did it inside the array, well, we'd have two options. We would either change the magic numbers, or we would change the values inside the array, but then the array is no longer sorted, so it doesn't go left to right, so we don't have the direct association of which offset is which. And you get how this is terrible, right? You get how bad this is. So, because I'm not positive that I've done this right, I am going to use create button visible, because by default the button isn't visible, but I'm just gonna use button visible in order to make them visible, which is a little debug utility, you could call it. Also, in order to more easily refer to these builders that I've just made, now I'm gonna chuck them all in an array. We have all seen this. Like, if you've watched me program for any amount of time, you know that this is a pattern I like to do. I do this so much that I've honestly considered making a method that looks for a builders array and makes every builder within it do its thing. Just calling that in every single object's draw event. But on the other hand, not less than builders, less than array length builders. There we are. But that is making a pretty big assumption that I always want things to work exactly like this. I always want the draw event to be draw self followed by building all the builders, and then it would get complicated, and this is easy enough to make. So now we are also going to draw all of our arrows, which is good. So we have made something that we can test. Let's. Yes, something else has occurred to me, but it's not currently relevant. Let's see this here. So, place your bets now. Did I do it right? Is it completely anywhere? The buttons are where they're supposed to be, and the arrows are almost. The arrows are very almost where they are supposed to be. let me do a thing. And that thing is gonna be, I'm gonna paint these white just so that I can distinguish where the template is and where the arrow has ended up. So that I can know, well, do I want to move the arrow left or right or what? Okay, this is weird. It appears that we are one display pixel too far down. And we are too far to the right. No, we may be in half pixel alignment. Ooh, this is hell. Well, I can't tell this perfectly well by sight, so what we're going to do, we're going to employ the technique that I've talked about. Make ourselves a sprite, doesn't matter, it's temporary, and put it in here. That's good enough. Now give me a pixel grid, 6 by 6. There, a line. So what do we got? We are in fact at half pixel alignment. You see it? What I mean? It's not that the arrow is off by an entire pixel, it is off by, well, it is off by 3 pixels, which means it's off by half a displayed pixel. However, horizontally it is perfectly aligned. And the reason that this happens is that if we go here to the drawing size controls, the buttons, the sprite, the drawing size control sprite, has an odd size. I can show you this perfectly well on the small version. It is 27 pixels high, which means its exact middle is right here as GameMaker shows it. Which means if I put something in this very middle, then, well, it's gonna go 3 pixels up from the middle and 3 pixels down. So it's gonna be unaligned. But that's easy enough. We just need to give that a vertical offset of -3. And you need to be 1 further left, so do you. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, this effect looks kinda cool. Local man who has lived in a cave under a rock for millions of years discovers that shadows exist. But this effect looks kinda cool. It's not what I'm going for in Hit Idle, but it looks kinda cool. Give me 1 second as I turn the oven off. There we go. That is going to be food in a while, but not yet. Okay, so put that into practice. For that, it's a bit funny that we have a button X offset, but we don't actually want to apply it unless we wanted to move the arrows, but I mean, we could. Yeah, we could move this down. But I like it the way that it is. Yeah. Okay. Geez, there's so much stuff here. 1. Sprite 306. Goodbye. 2. Object drawing size controls. Close all but this. So you are going to have a Y offset equal to button Y offset in order to move you up 3 pixels as you want to be. Then change these constants. You are -1 times 6 and you are 19 times 6. There we are. That should be us perfectly aligned as we intended it. After that, we can then work on putting on the buttons. Yeah, see? Perfectly aligned, as we want it to be. So, what we're gonna do now is we're gonna take this undo arrow. Yeah. Seeing it white, right? Seeing it white like all the template sprites for Poster Odyssey, I was just thinking, do I want to make a template out of this? But no. No, that's silly. So we're gonna make it black, and we are going to remove this from the original sprite, which deleting is easy enough. I can just do that in the full-size version. And I suppose while we are here, yeah. I can just as easily apply these changes to the other two sub-images. Because are you ready for how involved this process is going to be? It might take a minute, it might take all the stream time that we have left. It won't. Don't worry. Because, well, I admit, I am not an artist. My practice with drawing is, well, making hit idle. You can quite literally see all the practice that I have. But through determination, through practice, there really is nothing to it but practice. There's no secret. I'll pull through. There it is. That's all the changes that need to be made. Since the arrows are drawn by the game, we don't need to transfer them to these other sub-images. We just need these two. We just need to make additional space, and that can be done easy as that. 3, 4, 5, 6. There we are. You move, you fill out this. There we are. In order to perfectly preserve the alignments, I am going to once again delete this right here and upscale the small version. There are some changes that I feel comfortable making directly on the large version just to save time, but this isn't really one of them. So, engineer map, once again, 648. There we are. Okay. We need to associate this with the object. Right, drawing, size, controls. Here we are. There we are. Okay. So, that is our arrow builders. We also need to put a button on them, but before we do that, I would like to first get the alpha management right. For which, well, we're going to need a series of restore points. So let's think about the architecture. Let's think about the architecture with some visual backdrop. So, which object should have which data? As things stand, the paper is aware of the surface of what's drawn on it. The memo is aware of the requirements, whether you have properly put the band name and all of the member names, stuff like that. The drawing size controls aren't actually aware of anything. They just trigger behavior. Specifically, they tell the room handler to trigger behavior in these other elements. So if I press the reset button, then that is going to, I love doing that. That is going to trigger the paper to reset to white and the memo to internally, even though there's nothing visually different about it, it's going to tell the memo to reset to all zeros on all the requirements. Which means the drawing size controls are perhaps not the best place to put the restore point data in order to allow undo and redo. So, alternative. The cleanest solution would be to have each component track its own data and then tell it, hey, go back a step or go forward a step. For this, we need some component to be aware, which would be the room handler, some component to be aware whether there even is a previous point to go back to, or a future point to go forward to. I would be forgiven if I only offered undo, but hey, with the exact same data that allows undo, we can also do redo, so it's not bad. Let's further think. What creates a restore point? It is acting upon the paper. So, if we, let's say, we do some stuff here, we take the pink crayon for this, and then we make an additional freehand drawing like so. Each of these colors would be a different restore point. So we could have this drawing as it is, we could have without the yellow squiggle, we could have without the yellow squiggle and butterfly, without that and the band name, and another without anything, just a white image. So that is white, blue squiggle, band name, butterfly, yellow squiggle, in that order. I don't want to create a undo point for every single pixel that you have drawn freehand. I could, but that would actually be an issue of performance, and it's certainly wouldn't be as you expect. Like, I think pretty much all image editing software on the market, at least GameMaker, and Paint, and all that stuff, if you draw something, it has some logic to decide what is a continuous drawing. In my case, I have it quite easy, because I can say, when you put down the crayon and you start drawing, like, here we have a restore point. Right now, we are not creating restore points, but the moment that I let go of the crayon, like so, now we've created one. So, that means when the right mouse button is released, we create a restore point. Additionally, when a template is applied, we create one. So this creates one. And that's actually all that we need. Okay. What does that tell us? How does this help? Well, that is going to be something to keep in mind, for sure. But, so, that means that the restore points are created out of the paper. Now, the paper calls this up to the room handler. It tells the room handler, hey, a template was just used on me. Or I think, strictly speaking, what happens is the template is what initiates the call. When I draw, the template goes up to the room handler, which is an invisible manager object, and it tells it, hey, apply this template to the paper. And so the room handler goes and it says, sure. And it tells the paper, hey, apply this template at this location. I don't exactly remember how it goes, but it's not important. What matters is either way we go through the room handler. So we could very much put it in there. We could, every time that something happens, the room handler could go and tell each component, hey, make a restore point, as it already tells each component to update anyway. Because as we've done this, like if we close our eyes and imagine that this is the correct solution, upon applying this template, we have updated the memo, and the memo has recalculated and thought, okay, each band member's template has been used, so that this member name temp requirement is satisfied. Okay. Then it would be simple enough. That would still mean we'd have to so we can hook making restore points into that same loop. We can then also update the drawing size controls, which currently don't need to be updated at all, but in the future do need to, and tell it, hey, there's restore points now. Enable your undo button. So, I'm just thinking. I'm trying to think of a super elegant way to do this. For the paper and for the memo, it's certainly going to be just an array of restore points. For the drawing size controls and the room handler, they don't really need an array because they don't care, they don't have any data. So I think we use indexing, which is a bit icky because what I would love is if we could have one global array which holds all the restore point data. And certainly we can do that. Like, when we go and create a restore point, we can have the room handler go and ask, hey, paper, what's the current state? Yeah? Okay, I'm remembering this as a restore point, and then we can also go, hey, memo, what's your current state? Okay, and then we put all this together into a literal restore point struct. And out of that, we can then also, once we actually use the undo and redo buttons, we can make these components accept with some method, make them accept a restore point and go, okay, I'm gonna now change my state to equal that restore point. And this is certainly elaborate. This is maybe the Java developer in me shining through again, but that actually doesn't sound like a horrible idea. Because that would mean that we've got all the data in one place. We don't have to risk going out of sync where maybe the paper doesn't create a restore point if, like, if you freehand draw. If the paper only creates restore points when you use a template, but the memo also creates restore points when you freehand draw, then they're going to get out of sync, and that's going to be real bad. So by putting it all in one place, we've got the one source of truth, where we know these are the restore points that we have with this data, and then we're also going to notice if something's wrong, instead of it being somewhere potentially invisible, because the requirements memo, by design, is invisible. Well, its internal state is invisible, because if I told you whether you've done a requirement or not, then naturally this wouldn't be much of a puzzle. You would be able to just guess. Right. Yeah. So I like that. I like that idea. This probably then needs some more abstraction, because the downside with it is that once when the room handler keeps track of all the restore points, that means that through the restore point creation, the room handler needs to be aware of what the internal state is. Now, that's okay, because that's the room handler's job. The room handler manages all of the state of the room. It manages creating all of these things. It creates the paper, memo, templates, drawing size controls, creates all these crayons here too. Everything pretty much except for these buttons, which are sub-elements of the drawing size controls. So it's okay for the room handler to be aware of these states. Also, of course, we could abstract that further. Instead of making the room handler aware of all the details, we could just say we have a struct that is a drawable paper state, and then the restore point doesn't know or care what is within that paper restore state. It just knows that's the data that the paper needs to go back or forward. Well, specifically, it's all the data that the paper needs. Well, let's draw this up, because I imagine I might have lost some of you. It all makes sense in my head, but of course I can't transfer it to your head as easily, so let's draw up how we would do this. For that, we would use a script, which is a data structure. And for poster artistry, we'd use some more structs. This would then be this right here is gonna be a restore point. And that's gonna be with a paper restore data or paper state. Sure, why not? And a requirements state. So I already know that we are going to need more than 2 different points of data. We're going to need what is drawn on the paper. We're going to need how we're going to need the state of the freehand drawings, because the game tracks whether a freehand drawing is connected to other ones or if it is disconnected. And we're going to need the requirement state, but that doesn't matter. We don't care. We know that these are abstracted inside these 2 objects. All that we care about is that we have these 2 objects here. So let's create them as at least shells. So, drawable paper data. No. Sorry, I've snagged on a little good coding practice. At least, well, this is a point of clean code. If you're calling something data, or you're calling something handler or manager, those are say nothing words. All code is data. All codes, like all objects, manage something. So you should try to find a better name without those words that actually expresses what it does. So it may involve restore data. Like, I'm gonna call this restore data. So this is gonna take some arguments. This is going to be created by the drawable paper in order to allow us to create a restore point. But for now, that's just going to be what it is, and we're going to type check this. Is type paper data, sorry, paper state, restore data. G'day, Brent. How's life? How are the dogs? I'm doing the thing that you're really not supposed to do. Although I have plenty of time. I am working on implementing undo and redo functionality in poster artistry, which is as easy as it sounds. Even though I want to get this demo out, but that is, I swear, that is the only thing I'm functionally going to change about hit idle. Also, yeah, I've made a safety commit before this. Always have such interesting stuff happening on my stream. Well, I'm happy to be of service. This needs to be a constructor so that it is made into a type. We also need a struct that is going to be poster artistry requirements state. This stream's not boring. Okay. I have a little confession to make. I'm not exactly up and around at Australian times, so I haven't been able to catch it much. But, well, the one thing that I know is every creative is their own worst critic. So I know how difficult it is. I hold myself to very specific, quite high standards, but it's important to remember it's not quite that bad. Actually, that leads me to something where there's... Please don't misinterpret me for what I'm going to say in a sec. Wait, what's this? Ah, right, it doesn't change the name of the function. The more that I practice in both art and game making, the more do I start to kind of see the codes. But I just can't help looking at games and thinking, yeah, this is probably how they do it. This is an object, it has sub-objects, and that's how the interaction graph goes. Obviously, being a programmer, I've been doing that for a while. I just can't help it. But the more that I practice art, the more have I been seeing the details in the art. Yeah, think about these things too. Right? Like, you can't help it. And I notice a lot more, although I make myself consciously look at it, I notice the things that are a little imperfect about other people's art. Not to discourage them, I just think this to myself, but I look and see, oh yeah, this line doesn't make sense, like this is non-Euclidean space, these fingers are a bit weird. And to me, this kind of encourages me because, one, nobody's perfect. No art is perfect. Everything, I'm sure, like, if I was a practiced enough artist to the point that I could make literally whatever I wanted happen, I would draw my art a little differently. I like the style that I've got going on. But I would be doing things a little differently. It's just I can't make the things that I want to happen, make them happen. But I think that's encouraging because nothing really ever is perfect, but a lot of things only the artist actually knows about. A lot of things you need very fine-grained examination to even notice, because like some of it, one example that I'm thinking about is a music video for a song that I've been listening to for years at this point, and only recently did I notice this. Because it's not important, it's not something that you notice. There is very much such a point as good enough, where only very thorough examination by someone who's really looking for it is even going to reveal how it is. Even if there's a weird pixel, right? Nobody notices these things, so while I can't help chasing perfection, you don't actually need to. Well, you don't need to reach perfection. As bad as it feels to submit something that you know is imperfect, as bad as it is when you can't help but look at only what's still wrong about the image, that's not how people see it. Hey Grog. Brent says, I was thinking recently about commissioning some of my art. Yeah. Long-term viewers of the channel will know that I keep waffling back and forth on this. I have actually received word from my artist, and it's surprising nobody. He's not going to be able to commit to the project as much as it deserves, which is unfortunate, but well, he's got a job. He actually has a new girlfriend who is taking up a lot of his time, and fair is fair on that. I was gonna pay him, I was gonna offer him pretty generous compensation for what he would do for me, but well, that's just the way that it is. What sort of stuff am I needing? So honestly, not much. So that's the thing, yeah. That's the thing with the discussion of perfection. I'm positive if a well-practiced professional artist went over my art, there's still a lot of stuff that they could improve. I mean, Grog, you've been going over it, and I appreciate that. I've incorporated some of your suggestions, obviously not all of them. I think, like for instance, the eye style, it's a neat trick, having like this shine, 1 pixel, but I don't know, I've just grown to really to just use this style of eye, so I think I'm gonna stick with it. But other stuff like just putting more contrast in the image. You'll note this image used to have a bright blue background, so there wasn't a ton of contrast with yellows and bright blues and stuff like that. So I've been thinking about contrasts as I've been touching up these portraits. So, I don't know, I mean, it wouldn't go amiss for sure if someone could professionally look at these character portraits. I think, for instance, it is very intentional that Crimson's hair is just a complete mess that goes everywhere, but I'm not perfectly happy with it. But the art is currently in a state that I'm comfortable shipping it, which is good because, you know, Next Fest is approaching. Gotta get ready for that. Other than that, there's... what have we shown off? Where did I put this? Here, concerts, letter, the background for Teacher's Kitchen. Honestly, I might just do something like here, because right now Teacher's table looks like a picnic table that you put outside, so maybe something like this. Oh, that's what you meant. Do I use an existing limited palette? No. I use a individual palette for each character. That just... it's a small palette, but each character gets individual colors. So, I don't know, that's just kind of how it happened. It would certainly have been an adventure if I'd, I don't know, settled on like a 256 color palette. That would certainly look cool, but Hit Idol isn't like that. To be sure, it uses a very limited amount of color. In fact, everything that's not characters uses almost all the same colors. If we look, we've got yeah, it helps with cohesion, exactly. So we've got kind of this theme right here on this screen. We've got the light and slightly darker brown of Teacher's desk. We've got the cardboard main body and outline, and then the paper white and outline. And that is how most elements in the game look. You see, this is paper, so it's paper colored, this is paper, this is paper. All of the concert images use the same 5 shades of gray, one of which is white, which was just an absolute joy to draw, but it's, I don't know, I think it looks neat. Makes them cohesive, and it is of course also intentional that everything that's not connected to the idols is kind of drab. It uses these shades, it uses like, yeah, white, black, this kind of gray, outline colors, brown, yellowish. And then it's very intentional that all the idols are pastel colors, they are bright, they are different, they are contrast. Let's see. Is this? Yeah, go ahead. Give me that leg. This should work. I think I turned off auto mod on Twitch's side. Ooh. Ooh, yeah. But 32 colors, eh? Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying. Also red, and this is literally color red. It's 25500. So the game uses a very limited palette. It's just the characters gets to break it. I'm sure I could have. Hang on, let me remove that window. There we go. I could have, for sure, made the palette even more limited, but it's fine the way that it is, isn't it? Okay. So, but that's certainly something that I want to look into. Because if I'm already emulating the GBA era with resolution and style, then yeah, limited palette is something to look at. I'm not sure I'm brave enough for only 32, though, right? 32 is a lot if you think about it, especially when you recontextualize them. For instance, do you want to know a little secret? It's about the color relations. Using a palette that has been masterfully created, all the colors are designed to play nice. Oh, yeah. Yeah, right. So, like what I've been trying to do here at least, I noticed that I would describe your palette as neon, right? It's kind of, it's all poppy, it is very intense. Which certainly, yeah, style, cohesion, exactly. We are in agreement, I hope, that using a different palette, like a brownish, grayish, stuff like that, that just evokes a different feel. But yeah, you want to know a secret? My colors might be more saturated. Might be. I don't know. You want to know a secret? Same color. Crimson wears Squally's eye color. So, to a degree, to a little bit, they do share colors. It's just that they're not. I haven't hard limited myself. Anyway. But so, even if you have a limited palette, that doesn't mean that you can only do so much with it. Because these look completely different because they are in different contexts, they are in different contrasts. Anyway, I think, hang on, while we're here, let's compare Crimson's eye color. I think this is unique. 53, 76, 184. Can we find that within Squally? 53, 76, 184. Yeah, it is a different blue, but you know, it's similar. Anyway, that's a huge distraction that I've gone on. The point is, so we have a requirement state and we have a drawable paper state, and we're gonna stuff this into here. Shall we apply the little private trick? I don't think I'm going to. I still need to watch those iceberg videos. I'm sure there's awesome tricks in there. It's just the most important thing in your project isn't that you're doing it right, it's that you're doing it the same way everywhere. Just like in art, the most important thing is that the code is cohesive. It's this, if you do the same thing, you do it the same way. So I'm not gonna use the private struct like this. I'm just gonna do it the same way as I have been, which is already very reminiscent of the private struct, right? So I'm gonna make get drawable paper state. which is gonna return this field. And we're gonna make a function that gets the requirements state, return requirements state without the underscore, and then we assign both of these into fields. So paper state is paper state, and requirements state is requirements state. There. I know, I'm not forcing myself to, but I'm already interacting with these structs only through their methods, not directly through their variables, so it's kind of the same thing. Anyway, I have successfully Pavloved myself in that I put lunch in the oven and I am now very much waiting to eat it. The stream is not ending, but I am going to go on a little break, have a little snack. The pre-roll demon is approaching, so I will be running a few ads in order to banish it for another hour. So, you guys, feel free, get a snack, get more water. I started this stream with half this bottle and I still haven't drunk it. Do all the things that you're gonna do, don't go too far. In a few minutes, we're gonna at least start. We're at least gonna lay out how this is going to work architecturally. So maybe I can teach you something too, because I think I've got a pretty good idea of how it's gonna work and it's gonna be pretty simple. So, see you in a sec. Don't go too far. Okay, let us continue. Go to this scene, and there we are. Okay, Maker, you feeling like it? You feel like you want to get captured? No? There we are. Guys, I've made an invention. I have invented the takeaway pizza. It was not good. The thought was solid. Before I started the stream, in the morning, I prepared a pizza, put it in the oven, and I thought, right, I'll just quickly turn it on during stream, then I can eat it when it's done. And that thought was solid, just I made one crucial mistake. When I turned the oven off, I left it closed. So it didn't burn. It's not even that overbaked, it's just kind of dry and spongy. Quite literally, well, you know, it's like it spent hours under a heat lamp, because that's literally what happened. It spent like half an hour in a oven that no longer had the convection fan running, but and was slowly cooling off. Oops. Well, anyway, this I just wanted to experiment to maybe get some food into myself, specifically for Sunday streams, where I do want to try going longer. But, right, so this is going to be restore points. And right now, we're going to engage in something that I like to call by magic design, or like just designing the API that we want instead of the API that we have. Because right now we don't have an API. The API in this point being that we have we have methods that give us these requirements and paper states with everything that we need to restore their state. We don't have that. But that's okay. We don't need that. What we can do is we can just make our functions and make them with arguments, and we can assume that this data is going to be provided to us by magic. We don't need to think about where the data is actually coming from. That's the entire point of a method. The entire point of the method is that you don't think about that. All that you need to know is that you're getting the data. So, for that, what do we need? The poster artistry room handler is going to remember an array of restore points. It is itself going to create those. So we're going to have a function somewhere here. Let's say about here. No, down here. The way that I order my functions is arbitrary at best. There's the general idea that I want public methods to be on top, private ones below, because on top is where you find them first. I also want overrides to be lower down. So all of these methods, these are all overrides, which are inherently, they are internal to the objects, as they enable or change functionality defined by the parent object. In this case, the minigame room handler parent. So we don't really need to have them up top because we already know that it has these functions. So, function create restore point. Well, here we hit our first snag. Well, not really. So, what is this function going to do? It is not going to take any arguments because it creates the restore point for itself. So, hey Grog, you're still here, right? I think I saw this on Grog's stream, and don't take this the wrong way. I thought it was cute, because it's like, why was it cute? It was cute because it's a point of kind of development that every developer goes through, and it is a very good point. It's a good habit to have, don't get me wrong. When you talked about writing stuff out with comments first, so get state from paper, get state from requirements, stuff into restore point, store restore point in array, and also update current restore point pointer. So this is a good technique. Just write out in plain English what you want to do first. But I've got something even cooler for you, because as we may remember, I don't like comments. Comments at best are true when they are written. It may even be the case that they are false the moment that they are written. But certainly, if the code changes afterwards, the comments are going to be out of date. So why don't we let the code do the talking? So, for instance, this is going to be set restore point index, which is gonna be with an argument. In this case, I already know it's going to be array length restore points -1. Right? Instead of using comments, you can make functions that might not do anything. They should exist, but they don't need to do anything yet. But you can give them names that describe what they are doing, and if they are small enough, then that name is going to adequately express their function. So this is going to take a restore point index, and at this point I can leave it like this, because it doesn't matter whether or not it does it. What matters is that it compiles and runs. In order to create the restore point, this is going to be easy enough, is new restore, what did we call this? Just restore point. That's a bit ambitious, isn't it? Let's give this a proper prefix. Post out the restore point. Yeah. New restore point with some data that currently we don't have. So, well, let's go get that data. Paper state is, there are multiple approaches here. The one approach is we can just make this no one and stick it in here just so that we know that the paper state goes here. And we can likewise do this. So instead of the magic no one values, we now have the paper state and the requirement state. And currently, this isn't anything meaningful, but we can assign these. And when we assign them, they are going to be updated. They're immediately going to go into the restore point. So what you could do now is you could do new poster artistry requirement state, but I don't like doing that because this will never be created inside this function. It'll always be that we tell the requirements to create one for us. So that would be requirements create state or get state. Let's say get state. Naturally, this function needs to exist. So we go to object poster requirements, which is very big, though this is deceiving. It's just that I am making constants for every possible requirement. So this, let's say, put that right here. Not even known. From here, we can say return new poster artistry requirement state. That's what it is. Requirements state. Ooh, that's the difference. Yeah? Makes sense? So, once again, this isn't meaningful data for now, but it is the correct shape. So, we now get our state out of the poster requirements. We don't actually care at this point. Like, as far as this function cares, this is fully implemented. Because we get a requirement state, and we can store it inside the restore point. So that's all that we care about. Whether there is any meaningful data within it, don't care. So this is likewise gonna go, this is going to be just an array push, restore points with the restore point. Except this isn't going to be that simple. I'm going to abstract this into a different function, and you'll see the reason why soon enough, I should hope. Add restore point with the restore point, and etc. etc. It is in fact a poster artistry restore point. So we can steal this code, but this only works when we actually want to push in the restore point. But here's the thing. We might already have different restore points, in which case we want to erase any that are after the current point. Because otherwise we would be able to redo onto those, but we've undone them. Yeah? Allow me to illustrate. Allow me to find any random sprite. Maybe not that one. Allow me to find this, yeah? Let's say that I want to make a white line here. And I want to make another here. If I decide to undo that line, and instead I do this, I will no longer be able to restore the white line that I had over here previously. Because, well, I've undone to a state previous to it, and then I've done something different. So that state is now lost. I can redo the black line, but I can't redo the white line. So we need support for that. So what do we need to do? Well, we need to first we need to prune the array to be of length equal to our restore point index, where we currently are. So, does GameMaker happen to have? No, obviously not. That's okay. Does it have any kind of... No, it doesn't. What does array remove do? I made it myself, awesome! No, this is gonna be... So, this is gonna be array delete from the restore points array. We want to delete everything that is after the current restore points index, which is not a number that we even have. So let's fix that real fast. Restore point index, and that is also why we need to separately track this, because we're not just going to we're not always going to use the last restore point that we have. We want to be able to move around this, such that you can undo and redo as much as you like and hop in at any point. So, for that, we need... Yep, there it is. Very good. So, where do we need to delete this? If we have 3 different restore points, then we're going to have element 0, 1, 2. Or 0, 1, 2, I guess. You know how it goes. So, if we are currently on index 1, so we've gone back 1, we want to remove the last index. That would mean we would want to start at the current restore point index, but spare that element. And then we want to delete everything that's in here afterwards. So that is going to be the length, restore points minus the restore point index. In this case, that would be the length is 3, the restore point index is 1. We want to give it a number of 1, so we need an additional 1 to offset that. What I like to do here is, this is mathematically correct. This is 3 minus 1 minus 1 equals 1. But humans are bad at math. So even though this is correct, intuitively it reads a little like, well, did I mean to put this into brackets? So it's minus restore point index minus 1. I didn't, but I might have meant that, and ambiguity is bad in mathematics. So what I like to do is I like to put it into parentheses to make clear what number I mean to subtract. And in that case, it is going to be the index plus 1 wants to be subtracted from the length, so that we end up with 3 minus 2. Just think through it real fast. If we are at index 0, then That means we want to delete everything after it, we want to delete everything starting at index 1, and we want to delete 2 elements. Okay, that'll work. Allow me to just implement this function, because it's right here. Yes, I'm writing a setter, don't make fun of me. More than that, I'm writing a setter that is only used internally. Also, I'm noticing something else, which is this will certainly work, but it's kind of roundabout, isn't it? Instead of using the array length, we always know that the restore point index is going to be increased by 1 after we add 1. Because wherever we are, we add another 1, and we are then currently on that 1. Right. How much longer am I going for today? That depends, I don't know. Practice streams are usually until 1 PM, so half an hour. But, I don't know, I'm not doing anything. I can go a bit over. Fortunately, the turtle is no longer my concern, so I got nothing to do. The only thing I've got to do is implement this. So right. So that's this thing. I've kind of done a naughty, which is I've started implementing before I've actually sketched out the entire architecture. So we're going to call this function like so. Okay, so we can now create a restore point. This function needs to be called in a bunch of places, but don't worry about that. Let's, while we're here, finish implementing this. What do I think of using ++? Dangerous. Well, or sorry, what you mean is this, right? Yeah. Well, I made a function specifically so that I might be able to add more functionality into it, but this is just a dumb setter. And the issue with using setters is if you want to go just +1 or -1, which is going to be all that we want to do, then you are going to need to reference the current value. So this is fine, though there is going to be one use case. There's going to be one use case where I want to set the restore point index to 0. Also, I lied to you. There is a point to this. Okay? Let me quickly type check this. Restore point index is a type.number. So why is this a setter? Well, because every time that we set the restore point index, we also want to update components, really. Because what we can do with this, this function is going to be like update components. This is going to do all the magic. This is going to, in the drawing size controls, which really no longer fit their name, but update, undo, and redo button enabled, and more specifically, it's going to tell the drawing size controls, hey, do that. It's gonna give the paper the restore point and tell it, oh, you meant inside set restore point index. gonna need to be more specific. Do you mean this? I'm not sure that does what you want. Because in sane languages that are not GameMaker, this is actually going to increment, well, it'll work, but it's dirty. And sorry if I have to tell you something. So what plus plus does is it accesses the value and it increments it after it accesses it. So that is equivalent to basically this equals restore point index plus 1. That's the equivalent code here. There is, of course, the alternative, which is you can put it beforehand, in which case it is incremented first and then it is evaluated. So this would be first plus 1, then put it in the function. I don't like that because we are updating the value here. By the time that we enter this function, restore point index already has a value of plus 1, or it's, I'm actually not, yeah, either way you do it. In fact, this is a bug, because this is going to increment it, but it's going to pass the original value into the function. So the function is immediately going to reset it. So we're never going to actually change the index. So you could use plus plus restore point index, but now we are hiding, like, we are doing a redundant assignment because we're already incrementing it and then setting it to the value that it already is. Now, I'm not certain that this is how GameMaker works. This is how most languages work. It's how C works. So I'm going to assume that that is how GameMaker works too. So there's a point to using plus plus, but it's not this one. But so update requirements state. So that's gonna be that. And the beauty of this is, if let's say I'm gonna need a sec in order to retrace how this works. Don't like the prefix plus plus, feels like it reads bad. Yeah, I also don't like prefix plus plus. Again, there is a functional difference. One first increments the value, then evaluates. The other first evaluates the original value and then increments it. But basically, if it matters, you've almost certainly written bad code. Because code should be written in a way that you can understand what it does without it. So the only place that I like using plus plus is like so, where it's just on its own, and whether it is before or after doesn't matter. For what it's worth, I also prefer to put it after. Although, you know, intuitively, you should put it before. I guess we're just all damaged by loops. It doesn't matter in loops either, I don't think. I think loops work perfectly well if you put plus plus I. Because this here this code isn't executed anyway until the loop has already run. So whether this is before or after doesn't matter. Anyway, so the point is, I want to implement what happens when you click the reset button. So that does, here we are in post artistry and the drawing size controls object where we've started. We already had it open. On reset button clicked, calls into the reset paper function. So reset paper is, well, right there. Lol. Right. So this, when we reset the paper, we of course also need to reset restore points. So reset restore points. This is going to be a simple enough function. Restore points, which is going to be restore points is empty array. Ditch all of them, leave them to the garbage collector to clean up. GameMaker has a garbage collector, right? Right? Now I'm uncertain, because I distinctly remember some people talking about how Java is slow because of the garbage collector. It's really not. The garbage collector isn't why Java is slow. It is, but that's not why. Also, Java slow is something that's kind of carried on since the days of Java 7, and it's very different now. It's not Rust, don't get me wrong. Java isn't gonna be super high performance, but usually if it is slow, then that's not the fault of the language, if you get what I mean. Well, supposing that we can simply... It does have a garbage collector, awesome. So that means we can use our Java habits and simply release all references to the restore points, meaning that when the garbage collector comes around, it'll find that the restore points are no longer referenced by anything, so it'll clean up the restore points and all that. We don't need to worry about it. And we need to set restore point index to 0 when we reset. In fact, we might even want to do -1 here, because of course we don't want the 0 restore point. That implies that there is a restore point to go back to, though. No, there needs to be, right? There is always a restore point. Yeah, there is a restore point, which is the white paper. So actually, when we reset, we create a restore point to begin with. And now we need to be careful, because we need to be careful for our index not to get out of sync. So funny though it seems, I'm actually going to redo what I've done previously. Array length, restore points, plus -1. Also, GameMaker, why do you allow me to call this create restore point function as though it existed and it wasn't called add restore point? No, because create restore point does exist. Here it is. That's the one that I want to call. Right, let's just think real fast. Because this still isn't going to work the way that I truly want it to. And this is going to reference some weird data. If I'm lucky, it's going to do nothing. But if I'm unlucky, It won't. So, what we need to do, there are two possible approaches. We can pre-cook the restore point index to a value of like -1, but then we need to also cook this function, update components, to respect a value of -1. So what I think I would prefer is well, we've got two options. One, we can set the restore point index to -1 and call create restore point, which will mean that it'll add a restore point, find, oh, I need to delete everything in this array. Cool, it'll do that, and then push the restore point in. That's a little hacky, but it would work. Alternative 2 is we first empty the array, as we've done here. We reassign it to empty array, and then we call create restore point, in which case we need to be able to handle the restore point index being larger than it currently can be. So we need an if here. Honestly, I kind of like the former idea. I kind of like the idea of not emptying the array manually. Heck. Well, all that we need to do, technically speaking, we don't even need to create a restore point like this, because that is redundant data. We can keep our first restore point, because the first restore point is always how we enter the minigame. It is a white paper with no requirements fulfilled. So we don't need to do this at all. All that we need to do is we need to prune all but the first element in the restore points array. And then we need to set restore point index to 0. So set restore point index 0 and remove all but the first element from restore points. Because yes, we can completely empty the array and then recreate the first restore point, but that's unnecessary effort. Why bother doing that? I'm having fun. Explorative coding. Maneuvering my own indecision. So we have to do this here. We also have to do this, and this is basically the same functionality, which is take the restore points array, remove everything after the current restore point index. So, you know what I'm gonna say. Prune later restore points. Let's abstract. Prune later restore points. This doesn't need any arguments because it works entirely with state. And then we can call the same function here. And this is actually really cute because we can maintain the first restore point. Mr. Start, what's a restore point in this context? So what I want to do is, yeah, this will be fine. I want to add undo and redo into poster artistry. So a restore point in this context is just the state that the minigame was in. So the paper and requirements because I've noticed people really want to use an eraser, but I can't give it to them because this, right? This is just drawing to a surface. And sure, you can visually draw over a mistake that you've made, but the game is not that elaborate that it tracks what is where. I mean, I'm sure I could, if I really wanted to, I could track, have you drawn over this incorrect band name and update the requirements, but that's really complicated. So all that I've offered until now is a full reset button, but every time I make a paper ball and I throw it off the table, I feel so happy inside. The cat spirit inside me. Anyway, so yeah. So the idea is every time that you finish drawing, every time that you use a template, I store the current state of the minigame, and I then allow you to undo and redo just as the sprite editor does. And pretty much every tester, everybody that's played this game has run into this. So before I put this on Steam, or specifically before I put the demo on Steam and submit it for the Steam Next Fest, I do want that to be in. And that's pretty much the last thing that I want to add before that point. So we're focusing on that right now. So, and here we are, right? Instead of needing to do all this stuff manually. When is the due date for that? Steam Next Fest Summer 2025 has a submit deadline of April 29th. It will happen in June. So if you want to put something out, might be time to get on it, but I am well on my way. I've managed to make all the assets. Yeah, it's approaching, but do your best. Yeah. I really should just press the button to sign up, but so I have, I've made this library capsule. We've got the library header, we've got the header capsule. I've made the library hero, the way that we talked about, Grog, with colored notes. I think this looks good. I think this looks cute. I'm gonna have the logo like down here. Damn you, playlist. Don't play the menu music. So that's that. I'm not gonna use this logo. I'm gonna use this snazzy logo. Oh, right, that reminds me of something. Grog, you as somebody who has put something on Steam before, Steam is asking me for assets for the demo, even though, I'm not gonna give it a distinct store page. Does it really matter what I submit? My impulse would be that I just give it the same assets as for the main game. Because, again, it's not going to have a distinct store page. It's just going to be a button. Shouldn't need to submit the demo. Well, I am doing a demo. That's the thing. You do need to submit a demo for the Next Fest. So, yeah, I'm gonna take, the current state of the game with the same demo restrictions as are currently on itch. So, you get the first yay many weeks until the plot hook. Believe it or not, you've never released a Steam page. Oh. Well, I mean, Steam also makes it clear that that a demo is a demo. There's a little banner in the library, so yeah, I'm just gonna submit it. I'm probably gonna do that this weekend. And if they want something different, hey, they can say it, right? So, but let's... Why you missed the deadline for the alphas? No! No, my guy! Oh well. There's always another, and but while we're having fun, let's push a bit further here. Let's at least make our architecture. Kinda glad in retrospect. You can polish it more, eh? So these are going to be functions. The poster requirements. Hey, don't look at other people's games. Certainly, like, sign up for the next fest if you think you have a demo that like, only sign up if you have a demo that you want people to see, because you do only get to participate once, I think, per game, obviously. Though you don't need to release immediately after. And there are 3 next fests per game, or per year. So, obviously, submit the demo that you want people to see. But, like, don't compare yourself to others. Is gonna be my advice. Do your thing. And it's super easy to see everybody else being way better than you, and, well, maybe that's true, probably it isn't. You do your thing. Your game's finished when you think it is. But it so happens that this upcoming one is gonna be pretty close to my release date, so... Yeah, well, obviously, right? If it's not currently in a state that you want to show it off, it should be ready, so no shame in waiting for the next one. Anyway, so that date is gonna be... First, we're gonna grab the restore point. Is restore points at restore point index. And I'm doing something beautiful here. You'll note most of these functions have no arguments at all, because they just use the restore points and restore point index state. And that means that they don't need arguments, which is generally preferable. Get requirements saved. When do you plan on releasing, Brent? That is an interesting question. Just saying, personally, I am planning on releasing summer 2025. Gonna say, yeah, midsummer, something like that. By the way, you can look at the demo right now on itch. Hashtag sellout. Anyway, do say, Brent. This isn't me like subtly telling you something. I am interested. I just wanted to chill while I had the opportunity. Your demo could be ready very soon. Goal is to make many levels of different gimmicks. No idea how long that'll take. Yeah, that's fair. Don't let anyone rush you. Don't let anyone discourage you. It's done when it's done. Oh yeah, also that. You can put out a demo, you can get feedback without actually taking the leap into publicity, hopefully. Yeah. So what happens is you want to, as I understand it, you want to put up a store page with a demo, and that is its own thing. That, if you choose to, is going to be public on Steam. And when you sign up to NextFest, that just puts you into the pool of stuff that is shown off during that event. So it's going to be shown to press, it's going to be featured on Steam, but that is completely independent of whether or not you, well, obviously you need to have a demo and a store page available, but you can already have that without putting it into the NextFest. That's a different thing. I am trying and failing to keep myself focused. So, poster requirements is going to need to have a method to set its state. We need to, yes, this is called get requirement state. So we get the requirement state and feed that into the poster requirements object, which of course is going to need some way to get that. So it needs to be able to accept it. Requirements state. That's going to be a requirements state is a poster artistry requirements state. And that's it. For now, that's going to be what this method does. It takes an argument and checks that it is the correct type, and that's it. And likewise, the paper is going to need a set state method, which takes the get paper state, that takes the drawable paper state out of the restore point. There. Okay. It's usually considered to be one of the final marketing pushes before your game launches. Or is it the only marketing push? Yeah. I wished I could afford things. Well, that's not even true. I mean, do you want a little peek behind the curtain? This is marketing. It's not only marketing. I don't only stream because I want all of you to give me your money. No. Streaming is very valuable. It's more than I'd hoped, really. The amount of friends and feedback I've gotten, it's insane already. And I feel like I've only been doing this a second. It's been like 7 weeks or something. But I did also start streaming with the idea that, well, up until that point, literally nobody had heard of the game, so I wanted to change that. But certainly Steam's Next Fest and the proper Steam release is gonna be another big push in that plan. Was it maybe a bit crass to state that? Well, yeah. But I believe in honesty. Why should I lie to you? So we are updating the paper state. The drawable paper needs a set state method. So that's going to be Here, I don't think this even has a get state method yet. So function set state. We take a drawable paper state. Is the type. This is a bit typey, but hey, in exchange, we have type safety. So that's, I quite appreciate having that. So while we're here, we're also gonna make a get state method, which, like the requirement state, it's just gonna give us a new drawable paper state. Currently without any data, but that's not important. So can I get, yes, paper.get state. Yeah. So here we are. We are creating our restore point. We can add new ones. We can remove them. What we still need to do, I'm going to do a little abstraction here where I'm going to do forward and backward. So function go to previous restore point, and this is going to be set restore point index -1, and the next restore point likewise. And because we have this setter, which automatically then updates all our components, we don't need to concern ourselves with doing this manually every time that we move to a different restore point. In fact, yeah, that's all good, that's fine, that's perfect. What I am doing here is I'm assuming that these numbers are valid, because I am going to validate whether you can go back or forward at a different point. It is going to involve this function here, can or has previous restore point, and that's just going to be return restore point index is greater than 0. And you guessed it, likewise there's going to be a has next restore point, which is going to be return restore point index is less than the array length of the restore point in the array -1. So if there is one restore point index will be 0, which means this is 1, -1 becomes 0, 0 is not less than 0, so we don't have a next restore point. Okay, so that's that. That's a bunch of functions that we'll be able to use. We've set up our architecture for future use. While we're here, let's size controls, I call it, size controls update button enablement. And this is going to be no arguments. What it's going to do. Let's code this out. This is here. So function update button enablement. This is gonna call up to the room handler, and it's gonna say if room handler has previous restore point, so the function that we just implemented, enable the stuff, well, specifically enable undo button and arrow builder, or I'm gonna do it with alpha, but just write it out, else don't disable undo. And we also want to ask, is there a next restore point? So if room handler has next restore point, then enable redo, else disable redo. There. I'm gonna leave some comments for now. And do you want to know something really, really clever or really smart? Sorry, I'm trying to think of an adjective that doesn't make this sound like bragging. Do you want to know something really cute? Yeah, good enough. We can call this update button enablement function in the create event. I like to do that because, sure, I can create these builders in their enabled or disabled states, and I can create the buttons as disabled at the start because I know for a fact that there's only ever going to be, every time that we create this object, there's only ever going to be one restore point, which means neither undo nor redo are activated. But why? Why would I do that when I can just create them? When I can create them in some state, I don't even need to care what state they are in, enabled or disabled, and then I call the function that sets their states to match what the current minigame state is. Like, then you can do all kinds of cute stuff, and well, if say I wanted to, this is just imagining, but if I wanted to make it so that we start with some drawings, but there are restore points to undo some of them, I can just do that. And this is going to handle it perfectly well. This, basically, calling the state update method instead of setting the state during creation, it removes an assumption. Because the assumption is that you know what the state is going to be. But we don't define the state here. The state depends on the room handler. Which is why I find this a really cute pattern. Setting, calling the state update method from the create event. Right, Brent needs to go AFK for a while. That's perfectly fine, because I'll actually be hopping off myself. It is that time. It's been a really fun time. So, sorry, let me go over that one more time. So, I've got these arrow builders, right? They display an arrow for backwards and forwards, and when the button is disabled, I want them to be grayed out. But I'm not doing that as I create them, even though I know, as I load into the minigame, you can't undo because you haven't done anything. So I know that I want them to be disabled at the start, or I want them to be grayed out. But instead of doing that, as I create these sprite builders here, I am instead calling the function that updates the state. So this is then going to look at the room handler, and it's going to ask the room handler, well, is there a previous restore point? Can we undo? and if so, it's gonna enable it, otherwise disable. Even if we know, like for a fact, there will never be an undo possible right at the start, we can still do it here. So this would be something like undo arrow builder set alpha 0.3. And here in the enable, it would be set alpha 1. Something like this, right? So that's a pattern I have come to like more and more, because it means that the state is only ever set inside this function, instead of having to update it as you create and inside this function. You only ever have it here. That means you can call this function and the state is always valid. Okay, I hope that makes sense. But yes, as I said, it is time for me to hop off. The pre-roll demon is here. But I'll be live again tomorrow, Sunday, 9 AM Central European Time till 1 PM, so a bit before now. I'm probably gonna try going longer on Sunday again, so, well, let's just settle on it'll be 9 AM Central European Time, 4 hours before now, to, I don't know, whenever. Depending on where you are, too, remember that Switzerland is doing Central, it's not, sorry, it is switching to summertime this weekend. So on Sunday, 9 AM will be, well, it'll be 9 at the time that it was previously 8. So is that good? Is that bad? I don't know, you decide. Ideally, of course, your country does summertime at the same time as Central Europe, but it's just a drag, really. Hang on, let's figure this out. 2 AM becomes 3 AM. That means if your country doesn't do summertime, then it is 9 AM sooner. That's why everybody complains that they are missing sleep. Well, the point is, you know, I'm gonna be here. The easiest way to figure it out is drop me a follow. Hashtag sellout. And, well, anyway. The point is, that's gonna be it for me. We're certainly gonna be working on this for a while more. Thank you all so much for hanging out, chatting, lurking, doing whatever it is you do. It's all appreciated. See ya tomorrow, Sunday, or whenever. Wait. Who are we gonna raid today? Flames is on. He's still suffering in art. Do we want to go to Flames? Another game maker, have you say, Grog? 8 bits a byte. I need to properly spell that name. Ooh, add. No, yeah, sure, why not? Let's head over there. I know nothing of this person, but Grog likes them, so let's give some love to a fellow sufferer of gaming. Right. And with that, I'll be off. Thank you, and goodbye.